Good morning. The 25th of July, 2025, 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, a Friday. Durable goods orders out this morning, and that's about the only number. It's Friday. Earnings are, very, very low, just a handful, and no critical companies reporting, as typical on a Friday. So welcome to my virtual journal. The idea here is that everything on my screens is captured in the video, and my audio or my voiceover here gives insight as to what I was thinking. There's no financial or trade advice. The disclaimer's is in the description here. Again, it's my virtual trading journal, so I share it openly with anybody in hopes that it could help or be a cause for humor, whatever, I'm not monetized for this in any way, so, I'd be pleased and honored if you smack a thumbs up and a subscribe, because I'm pretty much in it for that. As far as the stream is concerned, I stream it to YouTube because I'm then able to review it on any device. And also, of course, it's what I believe to be a more permanent record. So, making sure that I got everything up and running here. It seems like it's okay. I monitored the stream on another machine, and I just wanted to be sure everything was ticking over. Looks like it's trickling down the hill just fine. As I said before, this is my virtual trading journal. I realize the importance of journaling, but I don't multitask very well, and I need to focus on trading. I want to focus on trading. So for me to be screen snapping and typing and things like that doesn't work out particularly well. It just dilutes my concentration and focus. So this seems to be working pretty well. Another thing about this is I have a commitment to take no trades off the stream, and that's why it starts now at 8 o'clock in the morning for the pre-market and the review and the analysis of what I anticipate to happen in the day. And then continues all the way through the day until 1500, because I will take no trades off the stream, and I don't want to be in a situation which I actually got into really on when I started this. I had done a couple hour stream and then ended the stream and was still, of course, at the market here at the desk. And a trade presented itself, and I couldn't take it because it would violate my commitment. So, Bookmap is extremely thorough at recording any trade, every movement of every target, entries, exits, all those things. So there you go. That's the reason for the whole thing. The numbers out this morning, as I said, were the durable goods, and that's the big hit in the sky. This is earnings, nothing on the Friday. And here's the economic calendar. Again, durable goods. There is the Baker Hughes rig count out, which we all know is pulling back with the price of crude. And then with this big announcement yesterday that the Trump administration is going to allow Chevron to pump oil and do business in Venezuela. That was a pretty big shock to me. For sure. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that, so I'm not going to say anything. I'm too vocal anyway, I think. So that's where we are for numbers, and let's zoom right into the pre-market, okay? This is the IRT charting software. This is Bookmap, where I execute and heat map, etc. I put a vertical line to denote the start of every session, so you can see where we started last night at 1700, and you can see where we are today, right now at 1700. That looks like pretty much exactly the same spot, doesn't it? We accomplished basically nothing overnight. We might be a tad bit long inventory because of this spike up. We did put in a new all-time high in the ETH, the overnight period again, up here. And we all know that the RTH traders don't like that very well. And I would then expect that we were probably going to take that out at some point. Maybe not today because it's a Friday and looks kind of quiet. Somebody has said something here, that's for sure. We'll look back at our news feed. This is the IRT, or my charting software. So here's yesterday's RTH session, and here's the overnight. This is the ES Mini. This is the Mini NASDAQ. The ES Micro Composite chart, which I've kind of scrolled in to analyze the bigger picture. The market goes down to go up and goes up to go down. That's how it works. Here's where we have been since back in April. Here was the great, we're going to tariff everybody and charge millions of dollars. And then, here we're going to postpone for 90 days. And then up we go. We continue to put in new all-time highs. There's no history above us, and I'm not sure why we would do that. Now, likely, let's get a little closer here. First of all, this is an RTH session, and these are daily candles, okay? Every one of these is a day. Whatever price overlaps, there we go. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. I've excluded these 2 days kind of to see what we're going to do. Typically, I would include them, but in reality, this didn't really overlap anything current. It did day before yesterday, or 3 days ago, when we had these two random doji deals. Anyway, I'll decide that later today or tonight. And this micro composite chart generates these high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically to Bookmap. The session prices are also pushed automatically to Bookmap. And this is the ES market profile. Bookmap. This is the micro composite column, and I enter these various flags manually. This is the all-time high we put in yesterday. Here's last night, This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night, and will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30, one way or the other, either manually by me or as it is supposed to automatically, as I have it set. I'm not sure what's wrong with that, but it's irritating. And this is a pretty important column for me, which is my notes column. And the first thing I do is change the title of the column to the expected open type for today. Now, we need to wind this out a little bit so that we can talk about how we determine the open type. The open type is only based on two criteria: where we will open today, RTH session, based on where we closed yesterday or the previous RTH session and the previous range. So we are here right now. If we open right here, what are we? We're lower than the close, and we're within range. That would be lower in range, as it was yesterday. However, we, in the next, 20 minutes may tick up above this, because here's the previous POC from the RTH, and here's the the full session POC right here behind. You can see it right over here. There's the overnight VPOC, and it's hidden back here behind this other flag. So I will leave things as they are. This open type dictates which statistics will be used with the associated price levels for anticipating price movement and movement within the market today. This naked volume point of control flag I put in the system here during the closing or the, whatever they call the adjustment period or whatever it is, between 16 and 1700 every day. This marks the location of the POC of yesterday's RTH POC at the close. In other words, by definition, then, this is the most recent naked volume point of control for the RTH session. A word about the levels. First of all, there's no indicators on my book map or my IRT, and nothing is mysterious or magical. I only have POC for the full session and for the RTH session. POC simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's it. The minute, here we are at 64.07 quarter. The second that we trade more contracts at any one of these other prices, this line's going to, excuse me, this line is going to move. There's a VWAP for both Globex and RTH. And there's a mid for the RTH. We have a, wow, damn, frog in my throat here. We have a line for the IB high and the IB low. And they are, again, not mysterious at all. That's an old acronym for the market profile days, meaning initial balance. Actually, what that really is, damn, excuse me. Sorry about that. The IB high and low are just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more. The first 1 hour of the RTH trading session is the initial balance by definition here. Okay? Then the rest of the lines are self-explanatory. Okay, let's look at the what time are we here and stuff like that. Oh, 12, great, we're doing well. The statistics indicator comes from IRT, or the statistic study comes from IRT, and it is associated right here. You see yesterday, and now IRT will highlight the column that is the correct open type for the day, but of course it's not going to happen today until 8:30 or after 8:30, right? But we're still lower in range. Remember the criteria. How does the open compare to the close of yesterday's RTH, and how does it compare to the range of yesterday's RTH? So at this moment, we're lower in range, same as yesterday. The study looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened 589 of them lower in range. Of these lower in range days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 84.0% of the time. Oop. Overnight volume point of control, which happens to be living right behind this flag here. 80, what did I say? Hold on a minute. Little guy got in my way over here. There we go. 84.0% of the time. Okay. Back over here. 84 point. Oh, come on, man. Is it going to be one of those days where my fingers refuse to play nice? This is the full session volume profile here, the darker yellow, right? And it is right under this flag. You can see over here when it's overnight volume POC. And so I flagged it as such. Now, the next one typically is the overnight mid. And it's not in this case. Oh, yes, it is. It's 82.7. The overnight mid is somewhere around here. That's also right here, I think. Oh, that's the RTH mid, excuse me. Seems a little bit goofy here, but let's look. I'm not seeing the overnight mid. Typically, it's a yellow flag, and I don't see it. So we'll press on. It's buried under one of these others, and I don't see it at the moment. Oh, here we go. The overnight mid, and that's the overnight mid right there, and that's under the previous value area high. So that's 80, whatever I said. 82.7. Okay. Now, the next order of business would be the previous close at 73.3. And there's the previous close, 73.3. There you go. That's all there is to it. Now, if price comes up here above the close, this will change, and then I'll be, lots of swear words later and aggravated. But you get the point, right? One of the usual ones, here's a good one, is 70.8%. Is that right? Where'd it go? Overnight high, 70.8. Okay, the overnight, or the IB high. This is important for me to illustrate. 70.8% of the time, the IB high. And if I don't put these initials here, remember, the IB high and low are simply the high or low of the first 1 hour of the current RTH trading session. So the minute we open, this flag is going to move someplace in this line or this data point, however you want to look at it. So if I have this percentage here and don't tell myself what it is, it in this case is the IB high, I'll be wondering what the hell 70.8% means or what it was for, in the heat of the moment. So there's that. Overnight low, 66.9. Okay, overnight low, 66.9. And so goes the statistics, right? Pretty simple. One other thing that's important to do now is to be able to trade with IRT. With Bookmap football. And we do that by first activating the trade control panel. Click this padlock. Select a method or a area that you will interact with the Bookmap application to trade with your mouse. Chart means only in this active data column. Dome means only the dome columns, and both, you can trade with both, either, right? You can also set up your keyboard to hotkey, which I have done and used to do exclusively, but I have and am converting to the mouse method because I believe it's quicker and more accurate in this circumstance. And also, if you happen, the application here has to have the focus of the computer for the keyboard to work. So if I'm looking at something in OBS or I'm pointing out something in IRT and I notice a trade set up for whatever reason and want to activate it or act on it with my keyboard, I can't unless I come back over and click over here somewhere on the application. Now, obviously, when you do that with your mouse, it doesn't matter because you are bringing focus to the computer. So that's another thing. And you can be precise with your entries and much quicker. Typically, I'm standing here with my hand on the mouse and leaning at the desk because I stand up all day. These are standing desks. So if I see a trade getting ready to set up, I need to move both my hands off the mouse and the desk or wherever it is back to the keyboard. So I think this is more expeditious. Also, what I need to do then is I trade with multi-brackets. I use a risk-neutral system. This is the lowest package size. They have to be even numbers of contracts. In this case, there are 2 contracts, and they both have a stop at 12 ticks. You determine this stop size by however you do it, however you optimize your trading, based on your account size, your risk tolerance, the market volume and volatility, etc. In my case, I've decided on 12 ticks here, and that dictates the size of the first take profit target, which is the same number of ticks as is the stop, but obviously in the other direction. And for half of the package, it's 2 contracts, it's for 1 contract. Then the balance of the package is split up in runners. And the way this works is the minute you achieve the T1 or the risk neutral scale, the worst possible outcome you can have for the trade is a scratch, unless you move your stop away from entry, and then you've got way bigger problems to worry about. If you 4 lot, guess what? 4 contracts, 12 ticks, 2 lots, half the package, 12 ticks. Then there's 2 runners. It's that simple. And believe me, from my point of view, the positive effect on your psychology and your ability to focus and all that stuff, the second you have that risk neutral scale, is magnificent and incredible, unbelievable almost. Next thing I do is this multi-account trading thing, which means that this is a TopStep evaluation account. My thinking was to start with the basic, combine, and then take it through the combine and the XFA and then the live account with full transparency and accountability from zero. And that's what this is. Now, there are also 4 other accounts behind this. So when I take one account here, that trade and the results of that trade without any manipulation by myself is copied straight to those accounts. So if I take one trade here for that 2 lot risk neutral package that I just described, is if both targets are hit, it's 60 ticks. Okay, so if that happens and it's copying to those accounts, that 60 ticks turns into 300 ticks. There you go. Next thing I do quickly is that I over here I confirm the account or the package size, and then I click this button again, which stays green, padlock stays open, but I get the real estate back. I have this activated and set for ticks only, so it doesn't. I don't believe you should trade your P&L. So the ticks are displayed up here, and then I've got close all and exit, or other way around. And now I've got to do something called the TLab post, which I do. Excuse me, boy, I'm having a hell of a time with my throat this morning. TLab post, which I do every day at 8:20. I actually do 2 posts in there, one about 6 with the news, and then one about 8:20 with the other stuff. Now, what is the TLab? It is a Bookmap Discord chat room. It's absolutely free. You do not even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap, which is pretty phenomenal to start with, right? And it is called, you see right here on my screen, it's called the Traders Lab, and it was started and is maintained to this day by Tom B. Okay? Now, as I said, it's completely free, and every day I post this at about 8:20 to just give traders who don't have similar kinds of charting a bunch of numbers that they want to use. And early in the morning, about 6, I do the reports, numbers for the day. But the thing about the TLab is you're not ever solicited for anything, which is pretty refreshing in this internet day and age. And probably the reason I stuck around in the beginning, and then discovered that Tom has a similar philosophy and a sound, in my opinion, sound thoughts and beliefs on risk management and how to trade as a business rather than as a video game or gambling. There's a good crew of people in there who I won't try to name because I wouldn't want to slight anybody. Ned, Rod, Lefty, Antonio, Killiton, Harry, didn't matter. MR, lots of people. Anyway, there I go. I don't want to slight anybody, but it is a much more adult environment, I think. I'm not as active as I used to be there, because there's a lot of new brooms, right? There's a lot of new people posting a lot, saying a lot of stuff, and good for them. And I'm focused here, trying to be focused on my trading more than typing in a chat room. Now, I will say that it is the only chat room or area, place like that I recommend, and even including in the Bookmap Discord server, because I haven't certainly been to all the other Discord rooms there. I did visit 2 others briefly, and they were more typical. The guy was trying to sell something, within the first 3 words. So I don't recommend those. I recommend the TLab only, and for the reasons I've just put forward here. And good morning. Drop a like, drop a subscribe, whatever. This starts every morning at 8 o'clock, and we're going to get ready to rumble here in another 5 or 4 minutes. Let me see where I am in my... I try to keep the workflow pretty much exactly the same. The whole... every day, 5 days a week. Yeah, we've got the reports out. The open's coming up in about 4 minutes. Panda, what are you meowing about? My cat wants to say good morning. Are you going to say good morning to Antonio, or are you going to be... Does the cat got your tongue? Huh? Okay, there you go. That's Panda. She likes to say good morning to Antonio every morning. I don't know whether he's around or not, but anyway. Yet, so that is getting out of control here. I'm getting off track. We're going to open the bottom of the hour here. There's no reports left in the day. There is, of course, the ever-present random risk potential that we have now with tweeting and those kinds of things. So, we're at all-time highs. The market has been flat pretty much all day yesterday, continued today. Normally, I would say if we had some sort of direction, I would be looking for responsive selling or buying to take profit for the overnight. But here was yesterday. And when we came into yesterday from the overnight, my anticipation was that we would have an open auction. And that's exactly what we had. Rotational, right? And here we go again. We are slightly positive inventory by this little blurb we had up here. And they didn't recover most of it down here. So we're slightly, you can see that in the volume profile. Looks like, here we are sitting right on the POC. And what have they done? Yes, we've now going to open higher in range. Oh, thank you so much. See what I was talking about? Here's where we're trading now, and here's the close. Remember the 2 criteria. Where will we open today as it compares to the previous RTH close and the previous RTH range? There's the high and the lows down below us. At this split second in time, this will change to higher in range rather than lower. And why do I change that column title? Any snap or stream that I look back at or review, the second I see that title type and know that it's the open type, that tells me a lot of information. And my goal here is to have as much information to trade as I can get right here on the hard right edge. So get your bio breaks out of the way, fill your water bottles up, put your spurs on, and let's see what happens. Hook in and hang on, as they used to say in the Caribbean when it was the windsurfing season. All right. Let's see, what did I forget? Looking at my checklist over here. I've gone through the trade package and the risk neutral package, which I cannot possibly overemphasize the importance of that. Your whole goal, mission, job, pick one, as a trader is to preserve your account and manage your risk. You can have the most phenomenal strategy in the world, and if you blow your account up, what the hell good is it, right? It is zero account. Now we're getting ready to open, and I've been having some drama here lately with this column resetting properly at 8:30. So I have to now manage it. And then I will start inputting the migrating volume points of control. And here we are lower again. Come on, open down here so I don't have to change this. Come on. You know you want to open lower. Let's go. And there we go. We're open and it didn't reset. And now I'm so happy. There we go. I did that manually by re-clicking. That's supposed to reset automatically. I'll show you how that works in a minute. Here's our first migrating VPOC. Boop. That's volume point of control for the RTH session. And why do I flag these? Well, yes, the yellow brick road will continue to plot through the whole day. But guess what? Look left. It's going to scroll off the left of the screen here pretty quick, and I won't know where the hell it was or if we're getting near one of those previous locations or not. With these flags, I do. And as I said earlier, I want to have as much data as I can here on the hard right edge. So let's give Bookmap or IRT a moment here to, or Bookmap a moment to accept and publish the IRT levels, the price levels, which are automatic, live, and real time on my IRT charting over here. What I do every morning is change these from the full session to the day session only just after we open, and I'll explain why. I also track the micros as well as the minis, and I'll explain that in a second here after we get through the adrenaline rush of the open. Okay, so here is our overnight, or now that I've changed these to the full session only, or the day session only, God, I can't talk. This is yesterday's RTH session, so don't be confused. This is the day before RTH session. This is only the day sessions now, so we can see just where we are. And in a minute, IRT will tell us if I was right or wrong, and I'm pretty sure it's going to say right, because here we are down here, and here's our close up here. And here's the open, right? It's flagged the open for us, and there's the close. So we are lower in range, but not by very damn much. In keeping with my new, improved, super groovy workflow, I'm going to mark this vertical line at the open. And what I'm kind of doing, and I can demonstrate that here with the overnight, through the course of the day, I promise I can do this. Through the course of the day, I keep the entire session on the screen here in the heat map, and that keeps me firmly grounded in the context. Where are we going? What are we doing? And that's why I throw this marker up here, so I don't have to be reading the numbers and looking around. It's easy, right? And then when I want to activate, or when a trade is getting ready to present itself. Morning, Antonio. Panda said a long good morning to you, and I don't think you were hooked up yet. So, you know, snooze you lose, dude. So then when a trade that I'm anticipating starts to set up or gets nearby, I can zoom in. That's my theory now, and I'm sticking to it. And I'm on the wrong window, I think. There you are. What I was talking about was these vertical lines, and I'm not a presenter or an influencer. I'm a trader that's using this as my virtual journal. So, you know, I guess that's my that's boomer talk for I'm not very good at this. I'm not very professional at this, and I apologize. She's off, you know, she went to Snackland, but she was in here giving me a stern talking to about why that bowl was empty and where was Antonio. So you can check the recording. There you go. It's recorded for posterity. There you are. I forgot about that. I forgot this is being streamed, right? It's boiled down to just a conversation, kind of. All right, so we're open. Let's see if I was right. Correct, accurate, whatever. All right, here we are with now IRT has confirmed by highlighting the column that we open lower in range, which we already know because we know the criteria for that, and we know by looking at the open, which is down here, that we opened lower than the close, and we opened within range. So there we go. And what are we doing? Well, we've taken out the mid and overnight VPOC, the previous VPOC. We've got the low, the high. I'm sorry, the overnight mid's up here. Now, you see why I flagged this with the IB high? I'd be going, what the hell was 70.8%? Because this is down here now, accurately reflecting the high of the day. It's moving so quick that Bookmap hasn't got its act together with these flags yet. This data is pushed directly from IRT, alive and direct, right? But you'll notice how these are now separated. There's the flag, and now this caught up. I mean, there's a line and this caught up. That is a known function and not a bug. It's a known condition and not a bug in Bookmap. The lowest refresh time I'm able to set in a cloud note column is a minute. This indicator, which is I bought from the Bookmap, whatever they call it, marketplace, and who was coded by whomever, obviously refreshes quicker. So they get out of step, and sometimes there's a bit of a delay. Book IRT is obviously, instant. And now I can get up here and just keeping my flags going. There you go. And I'll be right back. Okay. What happened? Nothing. All right. Oh, a crazy Ivan. Look at there. I have no idea why I started calling him that. That's a line from The Hunt from Red October. Don't ask me, but I like it, so I'm sticking with it. We pushed up to a new IB high, and remember that they put in another all-time high in the overnight last night. So there's that. And we all know that that'll be taken out by the RTH traders at some point in time. Maybe not today, but, they refuse to allow that stuff to happen. And now we're back down here. Look at us go. Up and down we go. NEM, it's a twister. And what's really happening? Well, we're rotating around a 02 to 09, a 7-point range. What we're doing now is we've got the blender on high, and we're throwing retail in there, making retail soup as fast as we possibly can. And I'm sure they're jumping in there right, left, and center. And I'm not saying that it's not a good, can be a good strategy to trade quickly and at the open and all those kind of things. I mean, if you got long down here because you're a wizard and, you're clairvoyant or something, and you just, they came down right down to this liquidity. There's no question about it. However, that liquidity wasn't in there when they got here. Remember that. This only came in afterwards. And then you got long and got out because you're equally clairvoyant at the top, again with liquidity, but after the fact, you got 7 handles. Is that worth the risk that you put on to your account? And if it is, that's great. Did you vet that setup and those trades? That's the key. That's the difference between trading as a business. Remember, this is my journal and I'm talking to myself. And I'm talking out loud so that I have an idea what I was, thinking. It's the only way I can represent that. Also, I'm a firm believer that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it. If you tell it that you have no self-control and you're useless and a loser, guess what? You're going to be. If you tell yourself that you're calm and, of course I have self-control not to overtrade. And of course I'm going to be profitable long-term. Eventually that you will be, in my opinion. It's, the power of positive thinking. You can look back in books. It's not, none of the stuff that I say typically is something that I dreamed up off the shelf originally. Most of it, like my philosophy about trading as a business, is based on or following in the tracks of the most successful traders in history and who are active now. So we'll talk about that in a little bit after we get past this open. What I'm working on now, and which is part of the, trading as a business, is vetting particular setup and the specific criteria that defines or justifies an entry for that setup. And the one I'm working on at this moment is the IB setup. The IB statistic is well known. And as I mentioned early in the pre-market, the IB high and low just mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So at 1 hour and 1 second, these will stop moving when price goes up, and this will stop moving when price goes down. There is a statistic associated with price exceeding the IB high or the IB low. I guess I could put that in there now. In the balance of the RTH trading session. And it's well known. It comes from the market profile days, as does the name initial balance high and low. And it's over 97% probability in all 4 open types that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. Okay. Now, there are 2 trades associated with the IB statistic. One is in the case of a rotational day or a mean reversion day. That trade is called, I think it's probably, I guess it was coming from Tom. I'm not sure where it came from actually, but it's the IB failure. In other words, we take out the IB, we test lower in this case, don't see any action, and we revert back to the mean. We trade back inside. The IB fails and comes back in. Common sense says, well, that would be more prevalent in a rotational or a balanced market. Doesn't make any sense that it would be, that a rotation back to the mean would be the preferred idea in a runaway train, right? And so in that context, then, the opposite of that IB failure would be the IB continuation based on or more prevalent in a market that's directional. So I'm now in the process of vetting that. That's the only trades I'm going to take that I have taken for a couple of 3 or 4 weeks, I guess, or more. And I lose all track of time, sorry. And I have nothing to do except watch, analyze, and narrate here for the first 1 hour, because it is very definitely not part of my trade setup or anything else to do with the initial balance trades to anticipate where you're going to go. Okay, we're above the VWAP, we're above the POC. I'm going to trade towards the IB high. And then you get salt pounded in your butt. That's not the trade. The trade is, in this case, it exceeds the IB high, comes back down and tests, can't get any higher, and reverts to the mean, assuming it's a mean reversion trade. The IB statistic needs to be set first and then taken, and then you start looking for the trade. That's the way I'm doing it. So there's that. And that kind of brings us around to trading as a business, I guess, rather than a video game. And the idea about that, which comes from the lowest to the highest, from me at the lowest level of trading to the most successful traders in the world, in history. And those guys all recognize, and therefore I have adopted that theory because it makes sense to me. Trading is a statistical business of probabilities in a random environment. It's a statistical fact that the outcome of the very next trade is 50-50. Trying to predict that's kind of stupid, isn't it? Setting yourself up for failure, telling your subconscious mind, oops, I blew that. So what you do is, just as I have just explained about the IB trades, you establish or you identify a setup that makes sense, that seems to recur fairly frequently, and the specific criteria that validate entry for that setup. Then you capture a statistically significant data set of that setup and those criteria. Best to be done away from the live market in some sort of backtesting environment. Once you have a statistically significant data set, and I mean, hundreds of samples, because the problem that can arise in a small data set, 50 trades or 10 trades or something like that, the outcome could be a very normal part of a random distribution. You might, flip a coin 100 times, and you'll be amazed at the amount of times you'll get heads 10 times in a row. Well, if you only took 12 or 15 trades, you go, God, that's a great setup. Where in reality, over a large data set, it could be the worst setup and data you ever tried to trade. You might be setting yourself up for failure, or worse, you might throw out the best trade setup that anybody's ever come up with, because you didn't have a big enough data set to verify and quantify it. After you have identified that and you have that data and you know that your setup has an edge in the live market, you take every example of that trade that presents itself. The benefits of that are numerous. First of all, nothing's a surprise. I'm going to be watching for the IB high or low. I know that starts to happen, cannot happen before 9:30, so I'm not worried now. I'm watching the market. I'm anticipating. I'm joking around with Antonio about the cat, whatever it is, You're not under the gun or pressured. You're not on your back foot. Oh, God, I got to get long. None of that. You anticipate the trade. You anticipate the setup. As it starts to occur, you're ready to put the trade on or not. Okay, that's one of the benefits. In my case, the IB I chose because the IB continuation is applicable in a directional market, and the IB failure is applicable in a rotational market. So you kind of have both markets covered, market types. Statistically, the market rotates a much higher percentage of the time than it does go directional or trend. So if you're when you're in this process of vetting trades, it's a really good idea to expand your playbook to where you can cover both types of markets, right? So that's mean reversion is also one of the Tom trades and one of the widely understood trades, which is an example of what these would be. Outside, mean reversion just outside in. It's a reversion to the mean. So assuming that you've collected all that data and you have that setup identified and it's the live market, you take the trade and then you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest the edge to your account. This was identified and the structure behind the most successful hedge fund and trader in the world, Jim Simmons and Renaissance Technologies, Paul Tudor Jones, Ray Dalio, Tom Sosnoff, Trader Tom, the best loser wins guy, Tom B, the TLab guy, right down to right down to us on, the boots on the ground. And if it's, probably not shock, it's the exact business model as a casino, which I think nobody will argue with the fact, except in the case of one guy, are very, very profitable endeavors. I'll bet you Trump is one of the few people in history that's gone broke in a casino. The Taj Mahal is broke in Atlantic City and is still standing there abandoned, apparently. I find that pretty amazing. But anyway, a casino will play no game with which they have not pre-identified an edge, done all their homework, and the specific rules. Then, on the floor of the casino, their mission is to play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours. They know that gamblers will win. We know we'll take stops. It's a random environment, and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. And probably, just as a side note, one of the most important things you hear a lot in your life as a trader, and I know for me certainly blew off thinking it was just lawyer boilerplate or whatever, past performance is not indicative of future results. That is a statistically based fact and really important. So much so that in the casino world, there's a phenomenon for that, psychological phenomenon called gambler's fallacy. Well, it's come up, that roulette come up 50, come up black 15 times. It's probability is impossible it'll be black the next time. No, it's not. It's 50-50. And actually with roulette, to be honest, it's less than 50-50 because they added the green 0, and in America, they added the green 00, both. So they've reduced it from 50-50 to further skew the edge to the house. They know that it's going to be, they know that, that over the long haul, the more occurrences of that game they can play, the more that edge will manifest to their bank. And, history is evident, I think. Drive through Las Vegas or someplace. Look at us go. Look at us go. And if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be the overnight volume point of control living right there. So anyway, that's the spiel. That's my philosophy and thinking about trading as a business rather than a video game. How you go about doing that. And, this is, Antonio certainly knows, and GA also. By the way, congratulations again. GA passed a 150 combine yesterday, Antonio. And had made so much money during the combine, he had to get an extra $3,000 to satisfy the what do they call it? I don't know, some rule they got where you can't make it all in one shot. So congratulations. Yeah, well, it's the truth, That's the truth. Anyway, so there we are. Yeah, he had I think if I'm not mistaken, in memory serves, you need $9,000 to pass that 150 combine, and our buddy here got 12. Had to get 12 for the consistency rule. So there you go. He's off and running in the XFA today. I would guess. Now you can start taking pay after 5 days. You can start taking payouts or something. I don't know. I got to read all those rules. I try not to think about any of that stuff. Just focus on the day to day. So, yeah. And we are not even at 9 o'clock yet, but you see what's happened. We've pushed that IB up past the IB high from yesterday. And if I'm not mistaken, this is it's the overnight mid right up here under the value area high. We've taken out the I probably needed to move this. I sometimes forget that the EVP, the overnight point of control, obviously moves right up until, or can move right up until we open. And I'll bet you I missed that one. I'll look at my data here in a minute. But anyway, we've taken it out. That's not an issue anymore. Yeah, here it is. The EVPOC is down here at the close, right here at the close. You see it over here, EVPOC and the close. So it's right under this one. So it migrated down here just before we opened. Sorry. And now we can see this because we've got a separation here of the value area high. Here's our IB. Here's a string of crack heads going up over here. Okay. Oh, whoops. I didn't want to do that. So here we go as far as the market profile goes. Day before yesterday, today. Ta-da. I'm going to fire Powell. No, I'm not. We're going to put tariffs on the world. No, we're going to reverse them. No, we're going to, let's see if I can get this better. No, we're going to postpone them 90 days. You know, it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Something that I think I've mentioned in here before, and that I've been thinking about before, with the with this present state of things, you know, that if you say something they agree with, it's great. If you say something that they don't, it's fake news or whatever else it is. And the seemingly lack of a friendly relationship with facts or truth brings to question in my mind how accurate and how much weight should we be putting on these data numbers now? You know, think about that for a minute. How easy is it to manipulate a data set for some, you know? I mean, hell, we're sending unidentified masked people in the middle of the night into homes and snatching people away and flying them to third world countries, for Christ's sake, or putting them in concentration camp style centers, you know, in places. There's a lot of weird stuff going on over here. And I don't guess that the manipulation of data points to try to achieve a point would be that far-fetched. And I was amazed actually to see today. I don't know whether I can find it or not. I'm not the only. Oh, here we got a new thing. You see what I mean? Here we go. Here we go. Exactly. Powell will not lower rates until they have two mandates: full job utilization and or inflation. And right now, inflation is on the march up because, I mean, the inflation on goods, PMI on goods, rather than services is not a big deal because it's services. But so I don't know, and most economists don't think that raising the rates right now would be any kind of a good idea. And in fact, there is a growing theory that the reason the market is continuing to go up is to show support for not cutting rates. Where I was going when I saw this was somewhere around here this morning early. Boy, look at him. He has been, look at the tweets. Holy crap. Wow. He can't get loose. He can't get loose. That wash the stink of that Epstein thing off himself. That's pretty funny. I mean, that's amazing. Anyway, somewhere around here, there was a group of economists that came out and voiced concern about the accuracy of the data numbers we have now. And it was 80% of them agreed that they thought it would be something to worry about. I don't see it. My eyes are bad. Sorry. Anyway, you get the point. So I don't know. I think that with everything being manipulated so much it's not a far step to take to think that that's happening on the numbers. And that's really amazing. I mean, that would be really amazing to me. But hey, take it to the ultimate. They refuse to accept the results of an election. Is it a far stretch that they would mishniga the numbers around a data point that they want to prove a point with? I don't think so. So let's hope that the markets can prevail and common sense will reign at some point. Scary, though. To me, because I'm stuck here for now. And I'm looking to I now rely on trading in these markets for my life and my family and our income. And so when somebody starts messing with that, I think that's one of the underlying problems here now. I referred to these, masked, unmarked men with guns thundering into people's homes and splitting up families and exporting the parents away and stuff like that. Nobody's standing up going, wait a minute, what the hell is this? Because America seems to have adopted well, it isn't happening to me, so I don't care attitude. And I think that's really dangerous and disappointing to me, frankly. And also, if you are old enough to have learned history in any degree, just, take a look at the history of some Northern European countries around the end of the 30s and notice the similarities. Pretty weird. Pretty dark subject. Sorry, I just got off on that tangent. But anyway. Well, we're crossed over the 9 o'clock hour. We put in a new high right up here. Got the yesterday's IB high. We're a little scooch below the value area high from yesterday and the overnight mid. And if you look down here a little bit, oh, there we go. There's the previous RTH high and happens to be the new and improved all-time high, except, we put in another one up here. So what I've taken to do, since this seems to happen so frequently nowadays, all-time highs was a big deal for a long time, you know? Crazy. What I do now is this. ATH, whatever day that was, I think that was put in, let me see, I think that was put in today. So I think it's 250725 ETH. In any case, the ETH starting last night at 1700 is trade for the 25th. I guess we all agree about that. Here was the all-time high in the RTH session, and here we go for the ETH. And I don't need to put N over here, I guess, do I? I guess it's not N high, it's all-time H high. Pretty crazy. Now we were looking at the low. GA, are you trading that XFA now? I don't know how long it takes. So when I got funded, they didn't do the XFA thing at that point. I think you got to pay a fee, right? An activation fee or something. And whoa, looky there. I wonder if that was news. Do you suppose? Wow. This is why you need to be real careful and manage your risk. Be sure that you've figured that all out, your risk management technique around your account size, etc. Now, there is no way you manage that risk right there. And remember that a stop, yes, definitely always have one, but remember that when a stop is when price gets to a stop, it turns into a market order, and you will get filled at the next best price. If that's 5 handles below you, that slippage is real. In the sim stuff, it's not so much. Slippage isn't such a real issue, right? But it sure as hell is in a live account. And if anybody says they're trading a live account and you don't believe them, or you want to know if they are or not, have them put an order in the book somewhere way out of the market, and you'll see the number change. If that resting order goes up to 50, whatever, pick one that's not moving around so much, and when they take it off, it goes away. That is actually a live account. And this is, I've said from the pre-market, is a TopStep evaluation account, and my plan is to go from 0 to hero, right? 0 through live, and that's where I'm at. And our buddy up here, GA, there you go. Okay, that's super, man. And our buddy GA passed his 150 combine yesterday, and he's now paid his activation fee on TopStep. He's paid his activation fee, and he is trading an XFA. That's really cool. Good for you, man. Like, I was thinking about you after we talked last night, or the stream was over with, and that's really an accomplishment you should be very proud of. And, you're worried about the XFA. You just made 12 grand. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, man. Don't do anything different. You know what I mean? That'd be my advice. Because he made so much profit in a particular day, the consistency rule kicked in, and rather than the target of $9,000 for the 150 account, he had to build his account total or whatever you call it, to $12,000. That's a third more to get that combine. So extra good job, in my opinion. Okay, let's see where we're at here. Oh, so this and the remarks to reporters just ended at 9:08. I would use tariff money for rebates to Americans. It's a tax. Why in the hell do it? I mean, I really don't think I understand this stuff. It makes me worried. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. Makes me worried. Nothing I can do about it, but, anyway. Think positive and keep going. I need to pull a GA here. This must have been, yeah, that's what that was. That was the news. That's the random risk I refer to now that we have no control over. And what are you going to do? That's, the joy of trading. In days gone by, that was more of a, actual headlines, but now it's all pretty much focused into just the inner core of the admin there, and they like to talk. I don't remember, and maybe it's happened forever. I don't remember ever knowing about the president signing executive orders. Nobody, to my knowledge, that was never a deal that people cared about or televised or did any of that stuff. And that's, almost every day. So it's no surprise that Trump and apparently his cabinet folks, are microphone friendly. So that's, from our point of view, that's a risk that there's no way you can mitigate it that I know of. And I'm a risk manager and a project guy. So, that's one of the first things you do is mitigate or identify and mitigate risks. But I don't know how to do that in this case, other than have obviously a stop in, make sure that if you do get stopped out from some random risk event, you have never risked more than is prudent for your account. That's the only way to approach it, as near as I can tell. As a business, if you want to, put on a big cowboy hat and a fancy buckle and go slide up to the table and roll those dice, baby, get with it. And that's fine, and that's fun. But I'm trying to approach trading as a business to support myself and my, everybody that I care about. I'm not, and I've never been a gambler, so, that's not really, I've never had to worry about that problem or had that be a problem. When I would go to Las Vegas for a conference or something, and I'm talking about 40 years ago, 45 years ago. Jesus, that's amazing. That's probably the last time I was in Now in Kuala Lumpur, we went up to Genting a few times, but I never went into the casino. They do have them. They have one or two in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, but I never went there. Same way with Singapore. I didn't go there either. But anyway, if I did go in the casino, I would, take $50 and play 21. And if I won, super duper. And if, we'd go have dinner. And if I didn't and we lost it, well, then we lost $50 and I'd go and figure out something else to do. Let me, gee, maybe you know or maybe you don't know this, and I apologize for asking and not doing my homework myself. But in the case of copy trade, additional trades that you're using the copier thing for, if you did that, and you pay the XFA fee, do you need to pay that for each one of the accounts? I suppose it's per account, and they figure that whatever that XFA, whatever that activation fee is, I don't know. I think it's $150 maybe for each one. Then you would pay that, and the theory being that gives them a little room and gives you. They've probably done the math from a risk management point of view, and realized that X percentage of traders in the XFA blow up before they. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, makes sense. Good. Again, congratulations. Hell of a performance, I think. Be very proud of yourself. And Antonio sits over there in beautiful Portugal, just quietly piling up money. I may be mad at you two guys. I got to stop and think about this for a second here. Maybe I'm going to, maybe I'm going to be jealous here in a minute. You never know. Absolutely not. The point of me doing this is my journal, and sharing it, YouTubing it and stuff is nothing would make me happier than to have a hand somehow or another in somebody, being successful at this or at anything. So that's jealousy or envy or something are definitely not emotions or thoughts in my head when it comes to stuff like this. For sure. Or anybody else for that matter. Speaking of anybody else, if you zooming through passing through the stream here, throw something in the chat, because we get tired of hearing, these guys get tired of hearing me talk, I'm sure. And throw a thumbs up or, subscribe. I should put my bank account details in the description. I'm sure there's a lot of people come through here and want to give me money, probably. Well, it's falling off a log simple, man. That's what I'm doing here. And you know what I mean to do. Now, I have no idea about the mechanics of how you would start copy trading something now that you're in an XFA. I don't know any of that. That's definitely something you need to. I'm sure there's something on the TopStep site about the rules to do with all of that, or by all means reach out to support there and ask them, the bottom line, or call Mick, the risk manager, or somebody. But yeah, as far as the copy trading, it works like $1 million, seems to. And you don't even think about it. I don't even think. The only thing that I have to think about is remember to turn the damn thing on every morning. Because when I shut Bookmap off between 1600 and 1700 at night, it goes away, obviously, and I don't initialize the brackets, multi-brackets, or that copy thing in the ETH night, because I'm not planning to take any trades off the stream. So I only do that in the morning on the during the pre-market. But it's all you do is right here. Where is it? Right here. You set this thing up. There you go. You have a couple of them. You just you click this and it shows your accounts, and you put a tick box by each one of them, and you close that thing off like that. And when you take a trade, if you look back in some of the streams, the last trade I took, instead of the verification pop-up over here that says, live, blah, 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 there'll be a string of them run up here. And the same thing with targets or closeout or whatever. It's it's about a no. You don't even have to think about it once you turn it on. It's been my experience so far. And it is kind of handy, like that, if I take a 60 tick trade here, which is just my 2 lot, both targets, that's 60 ticks. Well, in reality, it's 300 ticks. It's $3,750 rather than $750 if you look at it in total across those accounts. And that's only applicable. What they're trying to do is get you to pay for more combines, and basing on the and betting on the crap out rate. And I think they call it sim farming is what the people call it. And then it works in the XFA, I know, but very definitely not a thing in the live account. I believe not live account with a prop firm or any of the prop firms, but for example, I believe that I believe there's software out there. I would be shocked if there wasn't. That if you have, say, your brokerage account and you had a couple of brokerage accounts, you could copy from one to the other. I don't know that at all, but I saw some. Tom said something in the TLab the other day. I'm not there much, but I review it sometimes. Something about be careful. There's somebody trying to copy trades or copy my trades or something. I don't know how that would happen. I've never seen him trade live, so I don't know. But I guess there's probably a way. But as far as TopStep and the copy trades in the combine or the XFA, couldn't be simpler. And everybody takes a risk. That's trading. But the idea is, my idea is that you don't take a risk that jeopardizes your account ever. And the ultimate goal is you want to be able to trade tomorrow. So you need to figure out your risk appetite and your risk exposure to maximize the number of days that you can keep trading. I had once upon a time, somewhere around here, I've got an Excel page I put together where you can put in the account size and different parameters about the instrument you're trading, and then look at the various so many contracts and the stop at this, and like for example our risk neutral scale with one profit target and then let's say 2 profit targets, and it'll give you the burn down rate instantly in front of your face. How many trades will it take? How many stops will that setup take in a row to blow up your account? It's easy to figure out. It's easy to calculate. That's why you hear a lot of people talking about, you should never risk more than 1% or something like that of those various values, and that's the thinking behind it. The same with something like this. If you have 1% of your account risk figured in, and it does blow past your stop, and you get stopped out way down below someplace, chances are pretty good you're not going to blow up your account. Ooh, here we go now. What are we going to do? We're going to do this dipsy doodle in the middle story again. The do-si-do, the square dance. What is going on there? There we go. Well, you couldn't get much more in the middle, could you? We approached 925. We're approaching the IB statistic set, and here we are on the mid. And I don't have this right yet. I used to keep this rolled out to a tick size, and that's what I discovered with that is that I can't see enough history back here. This is fine when you're getting ready to enter a trade, or you suspect that your setup is going to occur. But I'm really liking this idea, and I will have to give credit to its due. This came from Rod. No, not this part, but come on. I tried to get this down to $1, and there we go. You can see how tight the market is at $1. And then keeping the entire session so far on screen. This was Rod's idea, and I liked it. But I would happily attribute it to him. So this will give you an idea what we're really doing here. You know, we're still trading 64. Well, just under. No, that's not right. 62. Yeah, we're at 9 handles. 9 handles wide in the first hour. Coming into the IB statistic, and we're 9 handles. That's not good. Ooh, here's why. We're at 72% volume for this point in time today. I'm going to throw this over for my friends at the Static there. Yeah, Rod, just as I was posting that, Rod says, boy, pretty slow. This is boring. Yeah, we need a Trump dump here is what we need, I think. But he's all over the board. He couldn't have, you know. I sometimes notice that when he just starts that, you know, I don't know what to say, machine gun tweeting, or I was going to say, I don't know. Anyway, the market kind of doesn't know what to do about it. And so it actually less reaction, I think. Like there's been about 1.5 million tweets, you know, and comments are attributed to him or whatever else in this morning. Red stuff all over the place. Look at this. That's all Trump stuff, right? And what's the market done? Not a hell of a lot. So here's something going on here. I got to go figure out what that is. Oh boy, oh boy. 30 seconds to the IB statistic. Ooh, I'm excited. Not even a little bit. This is kind of like yesterday. All right. I need an invite. He's not doing that. You can do that in the TLab. That's what I did. But he's not doing it anymore. He's got the people there to do the testing or beta or whatever it is he's doing. Because somebody else asked him that on TLab, I noticed. Yeah, and so but I mean, he's on TLab, so just DM him on TLab and ask if it's open or if you can be invited in or whatever else it is. There's only about 5 or 6 people in there, I think, to be honest with you. I haven't looked actually, but now we're at 9:30. So what I want to do here is get my act together. Well, he's in the TLab. You can just direct message him from the TLab. That's what I did. I can't give an invitation to his Discord that I know of, and that's part and parcel of the application. I think I wouldn't be able to do that anyway. That would be up to him. So here we are. Now this happened yesterday, okay? We're in the IB statistic has been set, and there is greater than 97% probability that this one or this one are going to get taken out between now and 1600 tonight. If I was a gambling man, I'd say likely to be the IB high. But we are definitely in a rotational day, so I would not be anticipating an IB continuation. And there's no meat on the bone here. You know, where are we? There's 10, there's 9, there's 8, there's 7, there's 6. You know, there's all these obstacles in the way to get to the mean. And same way on the other side. So this real tight environment is not conducive to my methods or what I'm thinking. So that's really disappointing, but it is what it is. And here's something that's funny. Look at this. We have not put in 2 bars yet, 2 12-tick Renko bars in this entire RTH session. We're still working on the second bar. Think about that for a minute. That's pretty incredible. And look at the NQ. Not a hell of a lot better. I mean, you know, we were at this point in time, we were here yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bars. 10 Renko bars by 9:30-ish. We haven't built 2. We're still working on the second one. And these are just 12-tick Renkos. This is not some astronomical amount. 12 ticks. And that doesn't mean that we're not going to take out this IB high and the value area high and go zooming up here and put in a new all-time high and then another one. You know what I mean? And take out this liquidity that we've got 178 contracts sitting at 64.13, and they have been in the book for a long time. That's been in the book since 7:06 this morning. This 64.13 level, 181 contracts been sitting there. One would suspect, well, there you go. We just, as I speak, we zoom up there and take it. And of course, my initial reaction is that was very definitely news. Somebody said something and bam. Was it just a liquidity or stop, liquidity vacuum or a stop run? Very possibly. Because we got a high and 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 a high. And where do you suppose the stops are? Padoop, 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 right? For anybody that's betting on the short. And they zoom up here and take those contracts, 130 of them. Stops up there. And right back down again inside. But they did take out, now the IB statistic has been set right there. And now I need to scroll in a bit and really scratch my head about this. This is definitely not the environment which would be conducive to an IB continuation trade, in my opinion. But I'm very likely gonna be made a fool of here when it goes like this, and then like this, and then like this. And under normal circumstances, if this were a more of a directional day, this would be a pretty perfect IB continuation setup. We take out the IB, we test a little bit, we test down under it with some selling that doesn't get any place. We go back across the top of it, and then, but this heavy line of liquidity here at 13 seems to be a pretty healthy line in the sand. And it would be really hard pressed for me to justify in my rule set or in my trade plan an IB continuation based on this context right here. The joy of trading. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Disappointing. I would love to have a nice, T1, T2 trade. And this is quite a classic, and if you stop and think about it, that's quite a nice setup and parameters for the IB continuation. Only problem being that it is the wrong environment as I understand it. Now, if you want to look over here, what's happened now? I was just going on and on about how we hadn't put in 2 bars. Now we're up to 4. And what's happening? Well, we have higher highs. And I guess you could say higher lows. So is that context up? We have this big profile or this big distribution here, and now we've got this little deal going on over here. I hope it's obvious that I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. I would love to have. Now, if I was blazing fast, nah. That's 11 and this is 13. That's two points. That's not scaled yet. Now it looks like we might get scaled. But, I don't know. I got an appointment here too. I gotta not forget. And I've already forgotten. I don't remember when it is. I gotta look. What is that there for? 11:15. Well, it's 11:15 local, I guess, so that's okay. A couple hours. So there's no reports. There's no news. What is there? And no big earnings. I guess maybe the market's just scratching their head until next week. Market profile says that's what's going on. There's yesterday and here's a day. So far, building an inside day. We have taken out the IB high. And we're down here in the nosebleeds. Or up here in the nosebleeds, or whatever you say, however that goes. Yeah. Now, a trade that isn't part of what I'm doing, but is a known trade in the group, is the bar trade, which is breakout and retest. They have a consolidation up here and broke out, retest, consolidate. My problem with the bar trade is I'm not clear as to which way I should expect it to go. My general understanding is that you would expect it to go in the direction of the context, as with pretty much all the rest of the stuff. Look at this big spike here. Woo-wee. Up there to take that liquidity out. Bam. And it's quite, I would say it would not be surprising at all if we don't just slowly grind from one liquidity to these all-time highs. And this big beauty sitting over there. Seems like that's what we're doing. So I need to, I guess, analyze this later tonight and reassess my thinking about the directional play for these IB trades. Oh, something else that's important that I believe in very strongly. If I have something in my playbook or my trade plan or, whatever euphemistic analogy you want to use for it, blueprint or a plan, I love that one. I never make any changes to that during the live market in the trade, because it's kind of like a funny saying is, once you put it, you don't get a lot more intelligent after you enter a trade. And so many people, I saw it look completely different after I was in it. Yeah, you don't get any smarter the minute you get into a trade. And in my opinion, I don't get any more logical or intelligent in the live market. So I don't make any trade changes to my trade plan during the live market. And my plan has been this, as I pointed out, and, screen snap it if you want to. This is a real classic IB continuation setup right here. Look at there. Boom-bitty boom. Couldn't get any lower, and up they go. Now, you sat through this whole thing, and you just now got scaled. And that's not to say there's anything wrong with that. It's just that's the fact. And in my trade plan at this point, in a rotational day, as this was right here, don't forget that this didn't exist any yet. When this IB went out, this would suggest an IB failure. Mitigating circumstances? Absolutely. I've been talking about them since the beginning of the pre-market. Here's our all-time high from yesterday. Once again, they put in a new all-time high in the ETH. RTH traders are a bunch of little Karens, and they don't like that to happen. Will we take this out today? Don't know. Yesterday I said exactly the same thing, and that's exactly what we did. Took it out and went higher considerably. But you can bet that at some point in the very near future, the RTH will have the all-time high. And that's my, I'll now put my crystal ball away here. But you see the point, right? Balance inside. Do you think so, Ned? Repeat's still back in there. I like that guy. Nobody's got any real great revolutions in there either. I just, every once in a while I cruise through the, just to see if there's, somebody's pinged or responded or something like that I'm interested in the TLab and static. But, so here we got that one too long after it being pointed out. And now we got this one. And it's entirely possible that we're going to just fuss around all up here to the top. And then, anybody that's, especially those internet gurus that saw this without any question, knew immediately that this was along for the day and got along there, are well in the money, and good for them. And any style or system or whatever you want to call it, trade plan that works, don't let anybody tell you different. We talk in here about yeah. Well, 6416 is the low, is overnight low volume area. Obviously, right in here is 10 is a low volume area in today, where we pop through the IV. But there's all kind of traders, and every different which way can make money. It's what works for you and what relates for you, I think. We talk about a guy named Dakota, young fella from Utah, 31. Only know because he's said that before. Who's a TopStep coach now, has been with TopStep like a year and a half. Doesn't have any volume on his charts anywhere. Bottom volume profile anywhere, anything else. Doesn't use any indicators. Trades with TopStep X on a 5-minute and 100-tick chart when he gets into a trade only. And, makes $250,000. Has withdrawn $250,000 from TopStep live account in around January or something. Sweet. I wish I could do that. No muss, no fuss, no paying for this, paying for that. All this thinking and analyzing and all that kind of stuff. Sweet. Some guys scalp and make money at it. I believe Tom trades pretty much this philosophy that we're talking about. I know for a fact that Rod does, because in Static, part of the Static app that he's developed, or is in the course of developing, is it's like a journal, right? And it keeps track of your day. There's also a calendar there with your outcome of every one of them. And he has shared his, and it takes live trades directly from the data. And he's shared his, and I think it was last month or month before that or something. His monthly realized profit was over 40 grand. And he's trading this exact way that I'm talking about here, and that is talked about in the TLab, and taking risk, approaching this as a trading business, minding your risk. Started for a long time with the risk neutral setup that exactly like I've explained here, and you can get anywhere in the TLab. So there's a million different ways to skin this cat. And whatever works for you is the way you need to stick with, and don't let anybody tell you different, in my opinion. And by the way, these people that I'm talking about are brokerage accounts. Not like Tom and Rod, those guys, not funded or prop accounts. Dakota, very definitely yes. But he made his money originally at 31. trading options and stock. And that's his bread and butter. And like I said, he's only been with TopStep about a year, you know, and switched from his original trading platform, which I think might have been Ninja, to TopStep X, and is, you know, made $250,000. Withdrawn, had a payout, $250,000. Also interesting for you, GA and Antonio. The other day when Patak was, you know, dropping all these little tidbits on Tuesdays, and he mentioned that every Tuesday going forward for the next few Tuesdays, there would be he would come on and make these announcements during the live or fast markets, which is the first session they do. I don't watch it, but I go back and listen to it to figure out what they're talking about. He said that they're averaging about, they're making on an average 4,000 payouts, or payouts to 4,000 traders every month. and that the payout process or something was going to be greatly improved or made a lot easier or something. That's one of the rollouts they got coming. Multi-brackets, by the way, Antonio, multi-brackets and OCO orders and stuff are coming out in TopStep X, he said. Anyway. My trading partner Hyde here is suggesting that this is a great signal for a continued long. And my other partner is saying stick to the trade plan. And that's what I'll do. This is, you know, here was the real classic IB continuation setup. Boom, bitty boom, you're scaled, right? Yeah, you're scaled. This pullback is like another, you know, the bus came back for pick up stragglers or something, and is it going to continue up? I'd think so. What time is it? Okay, it's coming on 10. There's quite a few good traders in the TLab and associated places here, I believe. And of course, you know, like everywhere, there's some legends in their own minds also. And I certainly hope that I try to be real conscious not to be one of those. It isn't officially in my trade plan yet, but it's pretty much, it's clawing its way to the front of my brain. That I'm going to really, not that I don't already restrain or restrict or whatever you want to call it, the trades that I enter, but I'm going to really put a bracket around the RTH1 to be active. Like I said, not part of the plan, but certainly something I've been thinking about. I think I probably mentioned it a time or two. And that RTH 1, 2, and 3 is just simply, I think it was Rod that came up with that idea, and I like it. It's just a simple, a little more expanded way of grouping the time of the trading day. You know, it's 104, I think it's 105 or 7 hours in the minutes in the RTH session, and it's divided by 3. So RTH 1 is, 8:30 till 10:45, and then 2 and 3. There you go. Not rocket science, just a way to group it. In my journal, my local journal that I used to keep up a lot until I got involved with some of this other stuff, it programmatically tracks days and hours. How many is Wednesday in the 10 o'clock hour? How many trades was taken profitable or losses, etc. I think, probably way too granular, typically. But it is pretty obvious that, the bulk of the volume and the bulk of the trading and successful trading happens in that first RTH1, the first hour and a half or so. Yeah, that's it's just the first group. Well, when I use times, remember it is Central Standard Time. It probably coincides, but it's just the taking the minutes of the RTH session dividing by 3. I think it's 405 or 407 minutes. Basically an idea, or just a way to kind of group trades for analysis. Not any super scientific. Maybe one of the guys or somebody is Well, after you've grouped them that way, you could certainly look at your own performance and say, oh, hell, I get my ass kicked on a regular basis in RTH2 or 3 or whatever, and I am 86% more profitable in RTH1 than I am in 2 or 3. You know what I mean? It's just another tool that could be used as a grouping or for statistical analysis of your personal trading. But it's not any kind of magical thing, just simply he figured out and just divide. And maybe he was thinking about the euro close. That's a good idea, I guess. That kind of fits nicely. As we all know, what happens usually when London opens, I can't, seem to get my old ass out of bed in time, but that can be real profitable. I think it's 405 minutes. I don't have anything anywhere that I think I have where that was. Yeah, you could. In IRT, you can draw a volume profile around or in the, yes, in IRT. I don't know about, well, you definitely could in TopStep X for sure. And you could in IRT, but you can't in Bookmap. I don't know. My problem, I guess, one of the many, take a number. Once I have something working the way it's comfortable for me and the way I think works, I don't mess around. If it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing, right? I don't know whether you could add another volume profile column and set it up by time. Let's have a look. Well, there's the session accumulated. Configure the column. Here's how to do the resets. I don't know. Session range volume profile. Session accumulated, chart range accumulated, current order book, volume, trade counter, quote counter. I don't think you can, I don't think you can, in Bookmap, that you can have a volume profile set around time, for example. Doesn't seem so. Yeah, you can draw it in IRT, absolutely, or even better. Simpler yet, if where am I here? What did I do? Okay. If you go to TopStep X, which I haven't even done something yet here, but anyway, yeah, you can do this thing here, which is what I have to do for the volume profile anyway. Is a visual area. So what you would do, for example, is you would go like this, and you would go like volume profile fixed range. And then you would say, well, at 4 o'clock, if I wanted to have a volume profile from 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, I'd go like that. And there's the volume profile from that time frame with all of this stuff the way I have it set up. I haven't done anything today, starting the volume profile, or done anything from today and overnight or anything like that. But that's how it would work. And don't forget that this is a trading view chart. So and it's a very stripped down trading view chart. So if it were, if you're handy with that, I'm not. If you're handy with that, then you could definitely do that. Let's go over here and, okay. So this is a, let's say we want to draw, this is the full session. Let's just try to get this organized and make sure I don't break everything here, which is, I'm real good at the breaking part. Okay, let's say we want to draw a volume profile around 830, which is here, right? Pretty much. To, well, we aren't there yet, but let's see what happens here. I thought I had, maybe it's not on this one. Damn it. I have a draw profile button and thing, but not on this particular chart. What's this do? Profile. Shorthand. I don't know what that does, to be honest with you. I put that in there and now I don't remember. Session prices, ATR, price box. Oh, profile show and hide. That's what it is, dude. Football. So there's the volume profile there, and there's a, but I don't have the button here to draw a specific profile. But let's see if we can figure it out real quick, like Lenny. And I can do it. I can probably do it simpler and not break my charting and stuff by showing you this way. Sorry. See what I mean? I don't do things very well. I don't get out of my lane very well. Okay. Here we are. Here's the last 3 days, and let's pretend that these last 3 days, or these 3 days right inside of here. Let's pretend that they are the RTH1 that you want to look at. Here's your profile button, and I can copy this button, throw it over on that chart, and then be able to use that. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's do that. Let's see if we can do that. I'm not taking a trade, so I might as well break everything. Where did paste go? Boop. Now we have a profile. Now I'm going to draw a profile, and I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go from 850 or 830. Let's do that. Let's say 830 to make it easy on ourselves. Let's say 830 to 930. There it is. There's a profile. There's a volume profile with all the same crap that I have set up. IB high, IB low, developing volume profile. I mean, yeah, mark volume POC, mark POC, VWAPs, all that stuff is right there. And that's how it would work here on IRT. And you can just draw that profile, and then when I don't want to have that be the case anymore, I go like that. Boop. There you go. And that's how it works. And yes, so the short answer to your story is yes, you could. Take care, Antonio. Is it 9:30 already? Oh, slipping out early. Oh, you're hitting the bar on the way to the TLab, huh? Well, good plan, dude. Panda's over here crying because you didn't hear her singing to you this morning. All right, dude, have a great one. Assuming, dude. Funny, isn't it? How we just we assume so much, and this is just it's a chat room, you know what I mean? Maybe Antonio is a blonde gal from Ukraine. Who the hell knows? You know what I mean? We just take it on face value. There we go. I have this call at 11:15 with the accountant about taxes. That's always a lot of fun. It's just a computer call, but you know, after that, I will probably be in need of a crying towel and a nap and alcoholic beverages. I never know. You never know. I don't know. From one day to the next, one minute I hear that Trump is gonna get rid of income taxes, and he's gonna give all the money that he makes off the tariffs to people or something like that. It's like, well, here's an idea. Don't put the tariffs on. Then nobody had to pay that stuff in the first place. But I'm sure that there's a plan for it that is just way over my head. I'm sure of that. Way over somebody's head anyway. Yeah, so here we are. Bangity boombity bangity. This is about as much fun as you can have with your clothes on right here. I am 95% sure that you will not see me taking a trade today. With this market and this environment. And I'm not saying that we will not likely, here we go through this liquidity again. So if you took the IB continuation with this test down here for the second time to the liquidity, overnight all-time highs, more liquidity, another all-time high, and then a lot of liquidity. Highly likely to be successful. Again, once you take the trade and you get that risk neutral scale, put your feet up, put your helmet on, and see where the hell it goes. Yeah, that's all you need to do there is draw that profile around that time frame. By golly. Of greater importance is what the hell to do today here. My gut feeling is nothing. Unfortunately. Disappointingly, these twice now, it's given this IB continuation signal in the face of a completely... Here's the problem, or here is where my dilemma comes in. This right here is absolutely, in my opinion, visually rotational. And then here we are with a little next one up here. But at this point, when this hit, this didn't exist, right? So we were rotational right here. Therefore, this is definitely not conducive to an IB continuation trade based on context. And here we come back down again. But if you look over here at if you look at the Renko on, excuse me, on IRT, what is the context? Here's that same profile we're just looking at. But higher lows, higher highs. If you don't have these profiles back here, the context is definitely up. That's a problem for me to deal with. I mean, therein lies the dilemma. Yeah. Well, this is pretty painful. However, I will say, for those of you who are more new to trading, in years gone by, it was famous. Summer trading was famous for, needing to drive stakes to see if the market was moving or not. I mean, it was incredible. This little rotation would be a great day in the ES, 10 points or something like that. Hopefully those days are gone forever, but I remember that very well. I actually started trading and was funded basically trading the NASDAQ during slow markets in the summertime because the ES was just too liquid and too slow. And most everybody started out trading the NASDAQ. And now, of course, they still do. A lot of them still do. I've thought about looking back at it, but I got more into the ES by my intention to align with the Traders Lab and, be able to post and be on the same page and relate to the things being said there. Because typically in the Traders Lab, they only one or two people talk about the NASDAQ pretty much, and they don't. Certainly not Tom, for example. And he may trade the hell out of it. I don't know. But he talks about the ES only. At least that's what it used to be. I haven't listened to the live stream actually from there in quite a while because I'm pretty well occupied here, right? And this is my commitment. Let's see what this does over here. Let's have a look, see here. I like the idea of that 8:30 story. I wonder what happens if I hide the profile, if it will show the other one. Still have the VWAPs and then the IBs. That doesn't really matter. What I'm going to do, what I'm still thinking about here is our conversation about this. So 8:30 to, we're not at 10:45 yet, so that can't happen. There's 10:30. Yeah, that would be the profile, but of course that's exactly the profile we already have in the IB. I mean on this chart, because that's the profile, right? From the start of the day is 8:30. The start of the session's 8:30, and we're now at 10:35. So this is that profile. And the minute we have another 5-minute bar kick over to 2 more bars kick over to 10:45, then this will be that exact profile. So yeah, I didn't think about that, but that is now that I do think about that, that explains Bookmap exactly. When this clock says 10:45, that is the volume profile from 8:30 to 10:45. Oh, sorry, wrong chart. This is the volume profile from 8:30 to 10:45. Boop. Now, after the day gets swinging, and you wanted to have one at, for that RTH1 and then another one for RTH2, etc. Yeah, you could do that. By golly, you certainly could. I'm going to add those categories or those groupings to timeline of the stream here also. So the open will be RTH1 and then 1045 RTH2, and I'll have to make them automatic because I'll certainly forget to do them manually. Yeah, so there's your answer, GA. When this clock right here says 1045, this is the volume profile for that and the POC and everything else, because all of these are started at 8:45 or 8:30 Central Standard Time. Yep. Yeah, this is a lot of fun, huh? I wonder if that works up here. Oh, it does. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. I already have that. What I wanted to do was this. Well, you know it's a slow day when you're busy monkeying around with charting. Rod has now become, now prides himself, and very rightly so, on taking, for example, this long and then putting his target up here and letting it run all day if that's what it takes to get to the target. And that's very good point of view and a good strategy, a good philosophy, good mindset, or whatever, however you want to look at it. My biggest problem, as I've said about a half a dozen times here, is that an IB long config is the wrong thing. And I got to reassess this because I'm obviously, that doesn't work. I wonder why not. Oh, hell. Never mind. I guess. I was trying to move that show hide profile button over here to my main IRT charting, but it's working on a different profile setup, or I'll have to give that some thought without breaking something in the meantime. So that'll be a weekend activity. I typically do analysis of my trade plan and in-depth stuff with trading, restart all of my machines, do any of that kind of basic hardware maintenance, clean up the gap highs and gap lows and stuff like that in the micro composite columns over the weekend, away from the live marketo. Yeah, oh man. Wow, man. Can that be true? We're 15 and a half handles wide so far today. That is that's a pretty slow market there. That's even surprised even me at this point, and I've been standing here since 6 o'clock this morning watching this thing. That's amazing. These are the times when your monkey mind kicks in and you get, and your old friend Fry, or, however you want to euphemize it or personify it. Your FOMO guy kicks in and you start thinking, hell, I'm just going to throw a long on here and go take a shower. I mean, that's the kind of thing I do typically for fun with my daughter, whatever, at night with TopStep X, because it's completely apart and separated from this accounts and, my commitment to the stream and the serious business of this stream all day long and my journey here. But for fun, we'll stand here and I'll be talking to her about, well, you see how we traded up here? We closed right up here at the high. So typically that would suggest that we're going to continue on in the first bits of the ETH or whatever it is. And so we'll slap on a trade, and sometimes forget it's there and go to bed or whatever else, because it's a TopStep X account. I got it as some promotional kind of thing just for that. I wanted to see what the TopStep X was, all this hoopla was about, and who knows, and it's $18 a month. So it's definitely worth the enjoyment when it comes to that. It comes to that kind of thing. With her or with my wife or with whoever. NASDAQ is also supporting this up move. Right here. When you notice this down and up, well, in reality, that's what you had here with this wick, except it didn't push the IB low at all. So if you got rid of these profiles, that context is up, kind of, isn't it? I'm not trying to justify this is how you talk yourself into taking a trade against your plan. By the way, it's a good example. But I am trying to analyze my thinking here. I'm trying to figure out if there's some justification for not sticking with the typical suggested trade philosophy that in a rotational market, the preferred trade would be the IBF, and in a directional market, the preferred trade would be an IBC. I'm not sure that I'll figure that out, or that there's an out to figure, if you know what I mean. What are we doing here? Listen to the stream. I guess it's working. Yeah, it seems to be. No, it didn't work right. Oh well. I think I'll get rid of that before it does something stupid. Well, another minute here, and we will be at the precise RTH1 cut over to RTH2 that we were talking about earlier. And we are essentially two separate and distinct profiles. And still inside data yesterday so far. Back down to and back down to the IB high again. Oh, frustrating, man. This is frustrating. Trading, the magic of trading, the joy of trading, whatever it is. However those go. Tom always has some. I like his sense of humor too, I think. I mean, obviously I don't know the guy. I've never talked to him, really. But you can kind of pick up on somebody's sense of humor or whatever from their comments and things. Or I believe so. Well, let's see if I got it figured out this time. I don't think I want this thing right here, to be honest with you. What does this do? No, I don't. I don't want that one at all. Okay. Here we go again, bouncing off that IB high. How many times am I going to have this, my nose rubbed in this pile of steaming hot, fill in the blank, however you choose. I'm going to continue to have it rubbed in there a lot because I'm not going to take this trade. And I'll have to reassess and reread and think about all my IB configuration trades, whether it's and based on the context. And this is a super day to have that brought up. There we go. All right, so here we go. If I wanted to see the day without... Now, look at where we are here. What is the context? Well, we've poked up through the IB high. We're approaching the previous RTH high. And we have the ETH high up above us right here, right? That's kind of clear, I think. Oh, there we go. We've got my little button going on there now. So I've accomplished something. I've mastered a minutia step in the great and powerful IRT world. Oh, wait, are we at, yeah, oh, well, we're 3 minutes past. So now this profile is 3 minutes past our RTH1. And again, I missed it over here. I'll tell you one thing. If you did take this trade and it was part of your trade plan and you took it, or wow, I can't talk still, or had I, it would certainly be providing a lesson in patience and trade management, wouldn't it? Now, bear in mind that I need to step away in about now, actually. Get ready for this phone call. Let me check. Yeah, it's at a quarter after the next hour. So I'm going to make sure that everything's ticking along here and jump away and get organized for that extravaganza, which I have no clue how long it will take, but here's hoping it's not very long. Well, now, except for the little hoop-de-doo at the open and the crazy Ivan, this is the first VPOC migration we've had so far this morning. And it's migrated up, indicating that we're going to go after that all-time high and points north, as I've been talking about. But, you know, unfortunately, now even more unfortunately, I have to get set up for this call. Talking to accountants and about taxes and stuff, it's kind of like cardboard. I'm allergic to it. I break out in a sweat, typically. So I'm going to have to mute off here, and my attention will go to that other machine, and we'll see what happens. I don't know what the probability would be here, but it has been recognized by many of us, primarily Rod, who did some stats, that the IB has once again, as it did yesterday, migrated outside. I mean, the VPOC has migrated outside of the IB. And it looks like it's moving now towards the direction of the higher liquidity and that existing RTH all-time high. I hate it when I'm right and I'm on this other call. Well, that's pretty much something. I'm standing here on this call with the accountant and watch this thing do exactly what we had anticipated through the RTH high from that and then to the ETH high. And now, by golly, let's show these kids who's boss and put in a new all-time high in the ETA and the RTH. Wow, amazing, huh? Well, that's pretty much something. I'm saying. They're off figuring something out, and then we're going to review everything and finish the call, and I'll be forever disappointed. The beautiful part about trading is there's no lost opportunities. There is only the next opportunity. And there is a string of continual opportunities. We joke about it in the TLab and wherever it is. I'm at the bus stop. I'm waiting for the next bus. Let's see here now. Ooh, that's no good. Hold on a minute here. I just am seeing your stuff. I just got off the phone with the accountants and got to go out now to another meeting. You know that I'm in a state of shock after the tax story. So, and on top of it all, while I'm standing here doing that, I watched the market take off to all-time high. Hold on a minute. I just am seeing your stuff. I just got off the phone with the accountants and got to go out now to another. I haven't read through I haven't seen anything that was talked about in TLab, so I don't know. What did you do? Try to short, I guess? I'm guessing. So what I was, as you heard my dialogue, I think up until I had to get off for that call, I was, as you know, working on the IBs only. It was either the IB continuation or IB failure. And several times I pointed out that this was a perfect IB continuation setup over here, but that I was not going to take that because it was against the context of the trade as I understand the IB trade. Remember that none of this market data was here. We got the IB high right here at the outside edge, right? It is a mean reversion. Then we traded up, we traded back down to the IB high again for another trigger. And then the VPOC migration. So those were all signals to go long. It was against my idea of the IB continuation trade or IB, setup. So I didn't take any of them. And then right here, the phone call started with the accountant, and I stood here talking to them and watched this happen. So, yeah. Bad day at BlackRock, but certainly not good. Not a loss, just a missed opportunity, of which there are none, but in this case there is. So I guess you have to ask yourself the question, why did you put on 3 minis? And what were, analyze the trade, take a screen snap and analyze what was the trigger? What were you thinking? Why did you take that trade? I don't know what Tom said to you or what Tom said about the previous day's low though. Okay, well, I many, I don't know how many thousand times this morning I was talking about the fact that here was the all-time high, and we put in another all-time high in the ETH. They never stand. And we're right up here below them now. To me, there was no question about which way that market was probably going to go, but it was against my basic trade plan philosophy for the IB continuation trade. Would have definitely not shorted. There was nothing in this market. And if you just look at, here you go. Look at this. There's today. Where was there ever the idea of a short? Look at the bigger picture, I guess. And in your case, now that you're in your XFA, which again, congratulations, that's really fantastic. Just scale down a small percentage of that drawdown. Now you've taken more than half of it, I think, if I remember what you said the drawdown was now, or the loss limit. So you need to scale way back. use a risk neutral deal so that you got yourself a risk neutral bracket so that you've got yourself covered, you know. And another thing about waking up late and being on, I'm reading through your text here, and waking up late and being on tilt or whatever else, be really aware of yourself. You know, if I'm on tilt, had a fight, got drunk, didn't sleep, whatever it is, I don't trade. Absolutely, because I'm not thinking square. And that's the ultimate thing you need to remember. Yep. You do have to size down and just, you know, shake it off. No problem. You're still well in the game and you're in an XFA. So set yourself up one of these 2-lot brackets. Or if you want to trade maybe, I don't know if you trade micros or not, if you think that that's important. But for example, put a 2-lot mini bracket on, set that up and then wait for Monday for a real well established and understood trade that you know very well, whether it's the IB, one of the IB trades or a VPOC migration or whichever one of the setups you feel most comfortable with, and focus on only that. And, work your way right back out of it again. For example, just as an example, if you set up a 2-lot risk neutral bracket like I use, if you take a full stop, that's 24 ticks, that's $300. If you get both T1 and T2, that's 60 ticks or $725. So, a couple of those and you're right back where you started. And you're certainly on the man. Don't by any stretch try to, get it all back or revenge trade it or something silly like that. And we're coming up to the 1 o'clock hour now. Very definitely, if I were you, I would very definitely, sign off or whatever it is you need to do this afternoon and don't try to take any more trades. And especially, what trade would you try to take? Continuation further higher? I don't know. Certainly not a short. I'm sorry to hear that, but it's not a problem. Don't beat yourself up about it. One of the problems that you need to be aware of is, emotional capital. So don't spend a lot of time dwelling on it, but analyze the trade and what you saw that made you think about trading a specific direction. And that wasn't really the right direction to be thinking. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain that exactly, but that's that. I'm really sorry to hear that. But on the other hand, you're still well in the game and you're in the XFA and I'm not. So, hey, you're way ahead of me. And like I said last night, or maybe this morning it was, to get to this point, to get into the XFA, you made $12,000. 33% more than you needed to make typically, because previously you had made way more than the consistency rule. That's pretty good trading, That's better than a lot. You made more money extra over and above the profit target of your combine than my whole $50,000 combine here. That's the profit target, $3,000. Think about that, dude. And just, don't focus on your process. If it means don't getting in the TLab or don't tuning into this and listening to me. If it means just sitting in the quiet by yourself, then do whatever it takes to help you. And that would make me feel better. And I'm sure that would make Tom. I'm sure Tom would agree with that. Because I do believe that Tom's genuine concern is to try to help people become good traders. It certainly is mine. And, this is my journal, so that's why I continue to do it. But I'm real happy that you come by, and I'm happy to do whatever I can to help always. But if helping you not be confused would mean don't come here and don't go to the TLab, by all means, I support you 100%. That's, yeah, well, Tom says stuff, and sometimes I used to do that too. I don't know whether you've noticed particularly or not. I doubt if you have, or maybe you never did in the first place, but I used to contribute a lot in there and read a lot of that stuff, and I'd find myself getting sideways kind of too. So I thought this was a better idea to focus on what I'm doing, focus on one set of screens that I can relate to. That's also something else. And in real time. So that's, but you know, I certainly wouldn't take any more trades today, for sure. And I would definitely take a long look at the market, the conditions, the context, Sunday night and Monday. And then pick, spend the weekend, think about a setup, whether it's this IB setup that I'm yapping about all the time, because that's what I've been working on, or one of the mean reversions or something, whichever setup it is that you feel most comfortable and most proficient with. And then just focus on that one. I'm sure you've noticed that these last, while I'm on the IB trade, I'm not even remotely thinking about any setups before the IB sets. And then I'm looking for one of those two trades today and one other time this week. The trade that ended up being successful, like today, was the IB continuation. But that's in complete contradiction to the parameters of the setup, which says that if it's a rotational day, your probability of an IB continuation working out is much lower than an IB failure working out. That didn't smell right to me, so I didn't take it. And here you go. What is it now? It's 13 to 26. There's 20 handles, 23 handles. No, 10, 13 handles right there. So there you go. I don't know what the opening context sheet is actually. But, you're obviously successful, and you've made lots of money, and you're in an XFA right now. So maybe you're good at trading the open. It is a more difficult place to trade because it's faster, it's more volatile. You've got to have your head really screwed on. I have to have my head really screwed on with a firm understanding of where I think the direction is going to go. For the opening trade, for that opening, swing trade or whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure. I don't know what document you're talking about there, the opening context sheet, but that's interesting. I would be interested to know what that was. And right now I've got to scoot to the next appointment, so I will unlikely not be back around before the close. This is a day here, huh? I'll roll the music over. I'm thoroughly pissed myself, to be honest. I'm completely disappointed with things because of the way, because of the, all morning sitting here talking about stuff and that these highs and all-time highs are going to happen, and then I'm standing here talking to an accountant about needing to pay somebody something, and look at here. Disappointing. Yeah, so there you go. Sure, that'd be great. In DM Discord, yeah, my Discord thing there, yeah, the real-time thing. I'll check it when I get back, and then I'll get back online here, and we can have a chat or whatever else if it can help. And just take it easy this weekend, relax, and figure out why you looked at that trade and that entry and thought it was in the direction that you took. And if I'm not mistaken, did you take 2 trades? Trying to read up there and figure that out. Yeah. That can be being fixated, having a bias. Having a bias can be really a problem. Me too, you know. So right now I've got to scoot, and then I'll be back as quickly as I can be. But and if I'm not back by the time the market closes down, yeah, that's okay. And we can try to do something on Discord. I'll see what's definitely tonight or this weekend for sure. And I'm sorry about that, but hey, look at the bright side of it. You know, you still got more than. You still have more drawdown left in your XFA than most people, including me, have total in a 50,000 account. Yeah, there's the bright side. And you have just gotten into that XFA because you did exceptionally well and traded, you know, you actually earned 33% more than you were supposed to because you traded well before that. You know what I mean? So that's, I'm not saying those are smart things to do or I mean, you need to look at the bright side, look at both sides of the coin and maybe look at the glass half full. And you're not blowing up and everything's fine. So you just stand back, scale back, manage your risk, and boom, boom, couple of trades, and there you are back again. No problem. And I'm going to mute off here now. I think I got the music going, and I got to go take Mom. I got to run her out. I'm the only driver, too, by the way, so I'm like Mr. Mom, the soccer guy.
market is closed.
Well, just barely back, I guess. Well, there you go. See? Now all you've got to do is just relax and trade the next one. We're just back now. I'm going to kill the stream here at a little bit late. And happy Friday, everybody. Take care of yourself. Go do something for your health and your brain and get away from the screens. And I'll be back with the markets at 1700 tomorrow or Sunday night and the stream at 0800.